G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Stationeers. This is the beginning of a new playthrough that I'm going to be doing on Mars, and the plan is, today I have this stream to prepare for the arrival of a duo of distraction of epic proportions. So I'm going to begin on Mars, and I think I'm going to choose Hella's Crags, because I think that's an appropriate place to start. Donuts Flats, appropriate for Capac, yes, but a bit boring. It's just boring. So we're gonna go to Hella's Crags, and yes, the duo of distraction are Capac and TFE. I'm going to be setting this to the sort of difficulties that I usually play on, which is Stationeer and Brutal. That is why I've given myself today to prepare for when they arrive. Now, when they arrive, there are a few twists compared to the usual game. We have a few mods ready to go, one of which means that we are going to be using in-game, in-world communication. So, if our helmet is shut, we're a bit muffled, it is a bit hard to understand each other. So communication challenges are going to be real. It's so much fun. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. I think. We'll see. We can always remove the mod if it's really bad. But we have played with this mod. We did a recording with this, and I was like, this is going to work so much better as a stream. So let's get started. I haven't played a Brutal Start on Mars at all. I've only done the hot worlds, and when I loaded this up with Kavak and TFE the other day, I was like, oh, there's really not a lot of equipment. So we'll see how long it takes me to actually get anything actually going. Oh boy. Because there's just, well, that's not a strong start. That's really not good. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. That's not what you want. It's not what you want at all. Oops. Thanks to Leak Coast. Thank you for the Prime sub. Thank you, Fulgern, for 27 months. 14 days to hide some traps for Capac. Interesting. And thank you, Chipsticks. Thank you for 42 months. New station, new problems. Yep. Thank you, 30 Mile. Thank you for 10 months. And Chiquito Seal, thank you for the Prime sub as well. Solid crash. 10 out of 10 would crash again. But hopefully not. Yeah. Yeah. Brutal. And we will call this save Duo of Distraction. Start. Oh. Jeez, Charlie. Okay, that's not good. I'm just going to hit this button. And here we are, rocketing down. Ignore the weird jolt in the recording there. As I edited out the other crashes. Hey, now I'm ready to die. Light off. 1, 2, 3. And pressure down. Don't think this is as important here on Mars, but I'm going to do it anyway. Temperature up. Okay. Let's start doing some things. So we have a box of stuff over here. Doop doo 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 doo. Now, I'm probably best off just getting started rather than trying to pick a spot, and we can move once I get going, once we have some. So I've got frames, I've got sheets, I've got an active vent, potato seeds, area power controller, solar panel, arc furnace, alright. So my goal really today is get this started enough that I have an internal pressurized space. something safe for us to to open our helmets in. That's my goal. I want to see if I can actually get it going. Also, for those trying to give me PC advice in chat, I am not going to pay any attention. That's not what I want to deal with while I'm on stream. At all. Go away. Ah, no! Threw the wrong thing! Get back here! I appreciate the attempts to help, but yeah, it's not something I want to deal with remotely while I'm streaming. Neon God, that's just evil. That's just next level evil. Get a Mac. Get a Mac. Nobody has the money for a Mac in this economy. Classic Stationeers, throw on the wrong thing. Yep. Okay, so let's grab this out. Okay, solar panel. Sun is... Don't know. We will find out how terribly I place things at some point. I'm going to place this down early, because then I can at least get some charge going into some batteries. Which is helpful. Okay. It's been long enough that I've forgotten enough that this might actually go less well than one might hope. Like, it is possible I could fail here, and my prep ends up going from just shy of 14 days, because I think it'll probably be something like 12 days I have, down to something less. So I've got today's stream, that's it. On Monday, this series is going co-op. But at least as cooperative as we get. Arc furnace, there we go. So we got, alright, cool. Let's get this auto laid down. Down there will work. Welder. Oops. Oh, wrong thing. Oh man. Pressing a lot of buttons and they're not always the right ones. So I'm building up my auto lathe. I'm hoping that I can get a few of these bits ready and operational while it's light. And then come nightfall, I'll be in a position where I'm ready to actually use some of my energy to produce some material. So that's about all I want to get set up now, I think. Yeah, I can last for a while on the water and food I've got. What I need to do now is get some resources so that I can actually start making some walls and bits and pieces like that. And I saw some iron over this way, I thought. Some copper back that way. I can grab that. Yeah, Park, I did do a tutorial way back in Stationeers about how to set up your solar panels using logic chips. These days I use a script that I wrote myself, as it's really just easier. There's no other way to put it. It's just easier to use a script. And yes, they also did sort of make it easier because they changed it from having to do percent and negatives and other things that made it a bit awkward back in the old days. That's probably enough iron for a little while. So I'll leave it at that. Let's get out of this hole. Grab some of that copper I saw. And then I hopefully we'll be able to find some gold before the sun sets. So that's the other thing I'm going to need to get a lot of this going. So I'm thinking I head straight for a pipe bender. That way I can make an operational airlock, even if not an automated one. And then using the copper and gold, progress it towards something automated relatively quickly. Because I'm going to need an automated airlock, because the other two are definitely not going to like not having an automatic airlock. And for those wondering about why Stationeers with those two, one of the reasons those two in particular is it's low latency for the three of us. We're all in Australia. And so a lot of the other issues that we might run into will be non-existent. There's some gold. And I wasn't sure how the audio mod was going to work out on that front. Can we have a double burst pipe airlock, please? There is just too much fun. I think it's going to be quicker for me not to initially, but I can certainly add one later. I could even add one at a point where the guys haven't realized that something could have gone wrong, and so they'll see the broken pipe and they'll be the ones asking, rather than just being chat. Thank you, Blazer. Thank you for the tier 2 for 29 months. Back for more Greyman breaking games. Yeah, that was much broken game at the start there. Light. And thank you. Thank you, Captain Tricker. Thank you for the 10 months. And Squid, thank you for the 11 months. And Johnny, thank you for the 33 months. And Legid, thank you for the Prime sub. But yeah, the larger group thing is partially ping, but also I feel for having a group of people playing Stationeers, for me, I really want an overarching goal, something like the terraforming mod gave us. Until we have that, I think the cat herding would just be too much for me. Because it'd be trying to keep people on to a task when there's not really a task there for them to follow. Whereas the terraforming, it was very easy to go, alright, there is so much to do here. I have forgotten where I live. But there's so much to do here that we're not going to have any problems finding stuff for everyone to do. And that was the other reason for me to start the brutal start on my own. More opportunity for the other guys to have something to do if I start and get us a little bit of a go. A little bit of something going on. You came in to hear cat herding. Yep, well, when talking about co-op, that's it in a nutshell. Also, how pretty is this? It's so nice. I wish this was normal space engineers, but it isn't. I mean, Stationeers, but it isn't. It's so pretty. I love it. It makes Stationeers look pretty to me. Like, it just, look at the green, amber, blue, red. It's so good. Smelt some copper. Chuck you in here. Build some stuff in the morning. I haven't listed any of the mods yet. That was a bad. I will try and put together a little command for the bot for Monday. the stream with Capac and TFE so that you guys can find out exactly what I'm using at that point. Move this over. Get it a bit closer. It's a bit easier. There we are. It's so nice in the darkness to be able to see that glow and have it actually lighting up some area. I know this is against Rocket's vision of he likes dark to be dark, but these are glowy. It looks cool. Alright, open you up. Which way was the sun gonna rise? Possibly this way? Okay, smelting of the copper is done. Let's do some gold. Yeah, code on. Dark should be dark, but a light in the dark should glow and illuminate the surroundings. Some things like lighting in games is also different if streaming to an audience versus experiencing it yourself. Very true, Johnny. Very, very true. There was a... I've talked about this, who knows when, but there was a series on YouTube back before I ever made any videos for Space Engineers. There's a series on YouTube where an Australian guy played Space Engineers with no sun. There was no sun at all. This is in the days before we had a GPS system. And this series looked really fun, and I played the game that way because it was really fun. You had to make sure you lit your base. You had to make sure all these various different things and systems were in place so that you knew how to approach the asteroid that you could not see. You had to build beacons and all this cool stuff. But man, was it not a great series for YouTube because it was mostly black. I know this will pull power from the APC. That's exactly how I intended it to be set up. I know. I know. Have played this game before. But yes, do point out things like that because I may well have just not planned it, but this was planned. I don't want a battery charger on this side because the APC then takes priority power, I'm pretty sure. I know transformers are prioritized. I think APCs are too. Basically, this allows me to, once I've got the solar set up, use that charger. I was just placing down the charger so it doesn't blow away in the first storm. Because I'd forget about it. I see a few of you in chat talking about the different players starting at different spots and then trying to survive in different ways and blah, 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 blah. Capac and TFE have not played this game enough to survive on their own in this environment with these starting setup. They just haven't. And that's not a criticism, it's just a straight observation. They haven't. And that's not going to be fun for them to try and do. That's just going to be frustration. And so that's not anything I'm remotely planning on doing. I hope for them to have fun with this. I hope for them to enjoy it, not to experience frustration and annoyance. Wait, get out of here. Or at least not too much of it. Or at least when I'm not intending it to be that way. For those arriving late, the distractions are the duo of distractions from Assertive Acquisitions, otherwise known as TFE and Capac. They will be arriving on Monday. Or in-game, in roughly 12 to 14 days. That's how long I have. Yeah, let's do that. That'll be something a little bit different. I'm going to put down this other frame just because I don't want to have it in my hand. Taking up an inventory slot. Now, I'm waiting until morning, which may be a mistake. I may want to just shove a battery in. Yeah, let's put my mining drill battery in. And see if we can auto-lathe something. Actually, I'll do some welding first. Yeah. DFE might arrive in 12 days, Capac in 14. That is also entirely plausible. And another reason for me to get started first.
Hydration critical.
Okay. So let's get doors. Make myself a tiny little box so that I can eat and drink. Capac is sent via cheaper shipping. He might well be. Yeah. Okay, and then wall. So, I was thinking door would go here. Maybe I could do the airlock. That's not going to work. Yeah. Okay, it's going to go here. That'll do. Let's get some iron sheet. Also, apologies if you can hear the birds a bit more loudly than usual this morning. It is due to be, I believe the words are scorching hot today, where I live, and in many parts of Australia. So I'm leaving my windows open until I have to close them and turn on the aircon. Okay, run out of power. Might just make a little 2x2 box for now. One of the things I find really difficult here on Mars is that I know Mars is easier, so I feel less inclined to restrict myself and be as cautious as I've been on Venus and Vulcan when doing similar base starts. Which kind of ends up backfiring, because it means I end up in this situation where I'm like, oh, I can totally build this big. I don't need to restrict myself. And then I end up building so much that I starve to death before I actually get around to finishing the building. And I place this the exact opposite direction I needed to go. Which checks out. Sunrise, 90. I should remember that. Alright, I need to get silicon. So I can bake those doors. Alright, that's gonna get me a little bit of power. Let's make sure all the things are off, yep. And I'm gonna need to swap this out for my mining drill. And let's go. Silicon. Where is some silicon? There's some silicon. Actually, is that ice? No, that's ice. I think that's silicon though. There we go. Sorted. Smelt a little bit of this. And I'll be able to make the doors. I like going straight for the automatic capable doors, because then I don't have to deal with replacing the whole airlock later. And this is again, am I pushing my luck? Should I be going for the manual first? Should I have taken my time and just done the careful start and blah, 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 or should I just shoot for a more complete solution from the outset? I'm hoping I can get away with shooting for this more complete solution. That's enough. Thanks, Fluorescent Ninja. Thank you for 37 months. And thank you, Baba Yeti. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, Vulcan and Venus make you prep a lot more for a lot more problems and make you have to deal with a lot more potential issues. Engineer, Shadow may not be here, but TFE will be later. Yeah, Mars has a nice atmosphere and it has ice. Yeah, the ice presence on Mars is one of the big things, Shadow Drake, that absolutely leaves me feeling quite comfortable because I know I don't need to worry about being able to use a proper proper furnace early. I know I can use one. I'll do for a little bit. Yeah, I know I'm doing the heavy breathing thing. One more iron wall. One more iron sheet. Just get this finished. There we are. And silicon in here. And that battery's full, so let's swap it out. Done. I missed 38 minutes of you child-proofing Mars. Don't worry, the Stargate will open again soon. Maybe a shower for the movement speed buff. I would like to get a lot of that stuff done, but honestly, my plan is my plan for today is primarily around the idea of getting a space that is safe for the guys to be in. That's the bulk of it. Because if I want to be able to talk to them, I need a space that we can open our helmets and talk to each other. Like, that's the communication side of things is going to be tricky, and I want to make sure we have the opportunity to actually talk to each other intelligibly, or at least as intelligibly as the three of us actually ever manage, even under ideal circumstances. Because the Martian, yeah. I think the thinness of the Martian atmosphere plays a role in it as well, in how this mod works. I'm going to charge that battery because we're getting good sun power. That's a pretty good angle. Now we're going 30%. How are we doing on this? Most of that's done. Oh, there are radios. This mod has handheld radios. But we'd have to make them. And the sound actually comes from the radio item, not from the character. So if you're in the same room as someone, you get a feedback effect. Because of the delay going through the radio. Which is really kind of cool. Annoying, but also kind of cool. I think you're underestimating yourself on how much you can speedrun basic setup. It's possible. It is possible I'm underestimating myself, but also I would rather underestimate than overestimate myself. I fear that I'm very guilty of overestimating my capabilities sometimes.
Health low.
Yeah, I know my health is low, lady. And hearing her voice again, I'm... The Space Engineers 2 lady is even more morose. It's not that they're similarly morose. The SE2 one's more morose. It's just sad. This one's almost angry by comparison. Yeah, Shadow Drake, me starting out first is better since the initial brutal start is panic rush to not die will be hard with guiding two others. It's also hard to have anything to do. If you guys remember the brutal starts I did with Shadow, a lot of it was Shadow just pretending that she's a solo tracking array. And then maybe going out and mining something because only one person can build. There's just nothing for the other person to do, and with two of them, I just kind of didn't want them both to be that bored. Was the other part of it. So there were a lot of factors I considered in this and was like, actually, this will be just... Not only is this better for streaming, this is just going to be more fun. That's still getting charged. We need plastic. 1 and 2. Iron. 2 of those. And that's turned off. Okay, so my goal here, my immediate goal right now, is to see if I can get this pipe bender and an airlock functional before I die from dehydration. I think there's a chance I can do it. So what I need to do is grab these. Okay, you're done. Excellent. Pop that in there. Turn you on. Now we need active vent. Oh, what? Where's my gold? Oh, there it is. Need one more active vent, 2 passive vents, and a few bits of pipe. I know I can make the pipe from the other one, but I needed this for the extra active vent. Okay. Now the other active vent is in here. So let's go active vent, active vent. Massive vent, and then this one can go on the roof. Let's get some pipe in. And this is coming together quite nicely. 51% health. Okay, here we go. using all the resources available to me, including my health bar. Swap that out, because that could go badly. How many of these are I going to need? Maybe 10? See how I go? Yeah, you now respawn in a temporary suit, which I think is a good thing. I think bringing back that side of things helps everyone. I don't... As much as the Stationeer difficulty... Whoops, that's upside down. Of having, the first death, if it happens too early, be the end of your run, was kind of funny in some ways. It's also just... yeah. It doesn't add anything to the game, I don't think, because the people who were going to play it that way, they're going to play it that way anyway. Because I know I would. It did stop the hardcore nature, but it's still something you could do as an optional, I'm going to do this anyway, sort of starting that way, so I don't think it necessarily detracts too much. And I'm betting that's what they were thinking, is that they were like, well, it mostly just doesn't do anything. So let's just give an ability for people to respawn. Okay, that is set up. Now let's get this silicon in and let's get these doors built. Back to using up my batteries on my tools. Turn you off. Wait, no. Eject resources. And plastic. I probably need a little bit of glass too. Have you set this up easily to convert it to an auto airlock? Yep. I've set this up exactly how I set up auto airlocks. So, yeah, it should be quite straightforward to convert this when I'm ready. I'm going to be doing this airlock manually for the time being, but it'll go automated as soon as I have the resources to. Cool. So we'll leave that. We'll close. Oh, this shouldn't take too long. Shouldn't be too bad. That battery's nearly dead. What about my grinder? My grinder's full. So let's grab a little bit of this oxide that's just off to the side of my base here. And then come morning, if I've survived that long, I should be able to vacuum out this space. I think I'm going to have to start vacuuming it out now. So I've only got 25% health left.
Health critical.
Yeah, thank you for that. You are correct. My health is critical. There we go. Tool belt. Let's start vacuuming this out and I'll stand inside and then we'll hopefully... Wait. Hope if I connected this to the power! That would help a lot. This is the last one. Okay, close that door. Set inward. Vacuum. Do.
Hunger critical.
Atmos analyzer. Come on. 17%. 17%. I have food and water in my jumpsuit, thankfully. So I did sort of remember to bring them in more than the sense that I remembered that I had an emergency set that I kept in my suit. Okay, that is enough. Now we're going to close that door. I'm going to empty this waste tank. And I'm going to drop a little bit of this. And open that door. Pop this back in my hand. Wait till the pressure goes up a little bit further. That looks like we've got exactly the right amount of oxide. Nice. I'm going to need to make myself a nitrogen filter relatively quickly, but now we can close a few things. Unlock helmet. Open that up. And eat and drink. In peace. Why the waste tank done in the airlock? Because of the Armstrong limit. I think that's what it's called. Basically, when it's near vacuum, there are no molecules through which to provide the kinetic energy, otherwise known as heat. So no molecules to hit the ice to make it sublimate. So I needed to have enough pressure, and I closed the airlock so that I was sure that my waste tank would provide enough gas to do that. And as you can see, it works just great. Now what I need to do is make an oxygen supply. There we go. Cool. That went quite well. And I'll just keep those in my suit so that I've always got some and I don't have to remember to bring it with me into the base. So let's get this ready for morning.
Air tank low.
Yeah. My air tank is going to be a bit of a problem. I'm a little bit concerned that I might be dying from that. Bugger. Bugger. I may have messed this up badly. I don't want to grab gold. I don't need gold. Yes, I do. Give me an active vent. Come on. Give me a... what's it called? Utility. Okay, shove these into the airlock. Stop. Got 2 pieces of thing, but I need another utility. And... oh yeah, I'm gonna need cables to run it too. Thank you. I'll put the copper in here!
Health low.
Yeah, I know my health's low. It's going up, not down. I've got 2 pipes already, so that's okay. I definitely need to get these cables. I'm going to do this so it's not running along the wall. Corner. Yep. How are we doing? 330 kPa of oxygen. It's not a lot at all. How much should I let this build up? I'm just gonna let that print for a bit. Close the door. Vacuum. Open. Okay, I definitely put that in a bad spot. I'm gonna put this down again. I'll fix those wires in a second. Okay. That goes on there, and that goes on there. How are we doing? 160 kPa of air left. Oh, this is gonna be tight. This is gonna be real tight. Did I leave some iron in here? Yes. Nitrogen.
Air tank critical.
I know, suit lady. I know. Come on, Oxide. Please be more of you here. No! Yes! What are we at? 57, 56, 55, 54, 53. Jeez, that's going down quickly. That is going down way too fast. Close the door. Vacuum it out.
Oxygen low. Oxygen
Off.
critical.
Open.
Low pressure.
Open my helmet. Oh. Wow. Oh man. That was... Woo. Yeah. That gets the heart pumping. Oh yeah. Sheesh. That is a thing and a half. Whew. Alright. Set inward. 870. 26. 34. 39. Yeah, 43 will do. There you go. Nitrogen filter. Carbon dioxide filters, which are going to be burnt through quicker because there's a bit more CO2 in the air that I'm using, but it's fine. That's a small price to pay for having a simple way to breathe. Oh yeah. So the N2 filter is because the air that I'm using to fill this tank has nitrogen. If I didn't have the nitrogen filter in my suit would gradually build up with nitrogen because the CO2 filter would be taking the CO2 out. The oxygen, me breathing, would take the oxygen out, leaving just nitrogen remaining. And the way Stationeers works, that nitrogen is going to build up and build up and build up until the point that the oxygen can't be added because the nitrogen is meeting the pressure requirements of the suit. And so then I suffocate. So that's why I had to build the nitrogen filter, because now I can comfortably use this setup and it's safe. Until I get a filtration setup going that has a pure oxygen filler. Wow, that was a spicy meatball. Let's bring the pressure in here back up. That'll do. Now we've got a bit of peace and quiet. Now we've got a bit of time. Because now what I need to do is build up this pocket of base to a level where I can effectively turn it into a greenhouse and start growing some potatoes. Because I need to get some potatoes up and running. So I got food. Close that. Yeah, I don't need to eat or drink just at the moment.
Low pressure.
Well,
Oxygen low.
I did that thing again. Oh. Ah, poo. Ran out of power. Not good by that bit of gas. Oh man, that was some serious focus. Thanks, Carl. Thank you, Carl. Thank you for 6 months. I was not thinking about anything that I was saying. I was just full. I've got to get this done. I've got to get this done. There. Get some power coming into that battery. So I think what I should probably do next is remember to turn stuff off so I'm not burning through power, but I think it's fair given my panic that I left one thing running. I do need to focus on getting a bit more power in, so perhaps some basic solar panels wouldn't go amiss. Let's have a look. What do I need for solar panels? Because the solar panel kit is gold, copper, and steel. So yeah.
Low.
But the basic solar panel is just iron, gold, and copper. And if I put a few of those down, particularly ones facing roughly that way, like the angled ones facing out towards 180, they should get an acceptable amount of power each day. But that means I need to get an electronics printer, which I kind of wanted to get anyway. So I think that's my next focus. I'm going to collect... What should I collect during the night? How much iron do I have in store? 11 and 29. So that's okay. I don't need a great rush on that, as it turns out. I might shove this stuff inside my airlock. Whee! I do love throwing stuff. So there's no reason to have these out in the hostile atmosphere. Oh. You should be in my suit anyway. Then I can dismantle that. Like so. There's not much really to survey, JRL. And especially at night, I can't really see much. May as well grab some more iron. I'm gonna need some more. Also, I'm probably gonna need more silicon too. And that cargo container likely I should get like a little tie down for it so I can put it down outside and use it for my ore storage. Or just build some lockers. Maybe I'll just build some lockers. I just don't have the power to do any construction or smelting tonight. So my suit's down to 44% and a lot of my other batteries are already low as well. Kind of limited in what I can do. Which is why I was trying to go, what do I do? How do I occupy myself in a productive fashion? That looks to be all the iron in this deposit. Well, since I'm waiting for a night, I might take a quick little stretch break after I hop inside my safe environment. Do-do-do-do-do. Open. Blast with wind. Open my helmet. I will be right back. Hopefully. When there's some sun coming up. Will be soon. Oh. I wonder how badly the back screen's broken. I still don't understand why it's broken. Do not understand. So I'm gonna have to go to this one. And for those of you who are wondering, I did take off the suit. Is this a fun build world or a challenge yourself world? Yes.
Power low.
It should be fun building with Capac and TFA. Should be. Don't know if it will be, but it should be. It's supposed to be fun. The challenge start is always the brutal start, but I tried the normal start a little while ago, and some of you may have been here and watched that, where I did the normal start on the moon, and just I did take off the suit during the break to prevent the future stink. I did do that. I did do that. To reduce my food and water consumption as well. I didn't bribe Capac with anything. He was actually quite happy to come back and play again. Yeah, he was not at all perturbed by the notion. He was on board. I literally just asked him and he was like, yeah, okay, I'll play it again. What's the goal? What's the idea you've got behind it? Was, I think, one question he asked me. But that's about as much as Capac will ever ask. I did a moon start with the standard start materials, and I felt aimless. I felt like every single thing I needed was there, which is true, and I don't remember the basic starts feeling like that. But maybe it's that I've learnt more since I last did one of those starts, and so now those starts feel a bit eh. But yeah, I felt really aimless because I just did not know what to do with myself. Now, is there enough power in that to last till morning while printing? Probably not. One thing that's very helpful for Capac finding Stationeers more interesting than one of our early playthroughs is that I now make airlocks that don't take 5 minutes to cycle. Oh man. The two of us played on a modified Europa. I modified the Europa to have the random wrecks and stuff around it back when you could do that. And we played on that, and it was fun. Except I did not wrap my head around why my airlock sucked. So bad. It was so slow. Like, to the extent that I had a thing on OBS to turn on elevator music whenever we went through because it would take so long. And it just became a gag that I was just like, well, this is just what it is. But we both had a lot of fun on that series because we blew up a bunch of stuff. There's all sorts of cool things that we did. And so I think that's probably Capac's enduring memories of Stationeers is from that series. Water ice, coal. Now I'm torn. I think I'm going to go for an iron focused base. As in, I'm not going to try and make steel yet. I'll put that as, let's get a base established. So we've got a base of operations for the guys to join in where these production things are inside and we've got a bit of power. So I'll stick with using fairly basic level tech rather than jumping straight to building the furnace, which is what I might have done if I was just building for myself. I might have just gotten the furnace up and running and done that. But sticking with low tech stuff, I think, will, one, make it better for when the guys arrive, but also mean that I've got actually more to show for the level of prep. I think going that route and trying to, as best as I can, make the base Capac resistance would be good. So things like actually making the airlock have a console and things like that are probably heading in the right direction. Though I'm realizing if I want to have a decent power supply on the base, I need a decent power storage on the base, which means I need to get steel. So maybe that'll be one of the later... that'll be something I do, but I can do the other stuff first, like getting the base a bit bigger. Alright. Now that the sun's up, which other tool is empty? That one. Let's swap this out. Start printing off the electronics printer. Get that charged up, turn off my light. For what it's worth, chuck that in there. Is it really possible to make anything Capac resistant? Yeah, everything can be made Capac resistant. Capac proof is the problem. Capac resistant is definitely doable. While I'm sure it's possible to make something Capac proof or TFE proof, I'm entirely uncertain about making it proof against both. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to make anything completely able to cope with people who haven't played a game enough to actually understand all of the weird nuances that it has. And Stationeers has some weird nuances.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. I'll get in there and deal with that in a minute. Yeah, the guys are going to be dropping down here whenever they arrive, and then communication is going to be... I think adding communication challenges to a game that I play with those two has proven to be a lot of fun. We did it in Abiotic Factor where we used the in-game comms so that our voices were positional, and I felt it worked really well because you could, like, if those two go off to mine together, they could get separated because they weren't paying attention to the fact that the other person is now out of audible range. Little things like that can really add to the experience in fun ways. I think. Get this welded up. I mean, some elements of the stream may be quiet, but you guys know what I'm like. I'll be chatting to you guys when I can't hear them. When I can hear them, I'll talk to them. When I can't, I'll just be talking to you guys, so it'll still be fine. I'm not worried about that side of things at all. I should put my suit battery in, actually. That needs to get charged. Okay. So, electro printer. Solar panel. Basic. Needs some iron, some gold, and some copper. I'm going to smelt those separately for this, so I keep a little bit spare.
Hunger caution.
While that gold is smelting, let's go eat and drink. Don't normally go this far, but Splitsy, can I beg you for for a tool printer? Please, just for the mining backpacks. Stuff like that will probably be a higher priority than I would normally place it, because of having the other guys and needing capacity for them to collect stuff. So I'm sure I'll get one done. Will I get one done before they arrive? I don't know. Oops. Alrighty, that's good. Let's open the waste tank. "14 in-game days. My streams are usually about 4 hours, 4 to 5 in Stationeers. Each day in Stationeers is 20 minutes. Therefore, between 12 and 14 days, the guys will be arriving. Six gold will get me 3 of them. Then I need 30 iron and 30 copper. Okay. Let's go see if I can find some more copper while that's going, and I'll move the solar panel around. So we get some more power. Thank you, Goro Otoro. Thank you for 1 year. Last stream I watched, it said I was sub for 11 months, even though I haven't resubbed in the meantime. Interesting. Twitch. Okay. Yes, Tex, this game does feed a survival gameplay need that I have. there's a whole bunch of games that do survival. Like, if you search Steam for the survival genre, there are a lot of things that I wouldn't count as survival games that are just called that because they have a you must eat mechanic and a you must drink mechanic. Or you have to survive against hordes, in which case it's still called a survival game. And I'm like, that's not what I think of when I think of survival games. Vampire Survivors is not a game I think of when I think of survival games. And it made me wonder if there are people who actually do think of that when they think of survival games. Alright, there's random stuff down there. I'm not going to get that just now. Yeah, I think of The Long Dark. I think of this. But it has survival in the title. Yeah. Copper's almost done. My suit battery is somewhat charged. I do like that solar panels can now go over 500 watts, which means you have to be careful about how many of them you build. A bit more. But we also have the ultra heavy cables. Although I don't know if they've made it out of beta yet. Empyrion's a survival game. Because you, like, it does make the just simple survival against the elements tricky. So I always think of it as a survival game. Right, as soon as that stops getting charged, I'm going to swap it into my suit. Super heavy cables have, yes. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, Johnny, I agree with people's dislike of the FOMO that Twitch is trying to push of late. How is that still getting charged? Weird. With the whole watch streaks, I'm not aware of a way to turn it off on a channel level. I think there is a way. I just left it on for the people who care, and the people who don't just don't care. Like, does it really matter? They are trying to push that FOMO hard, though. FOMO, for those unfamiliar, is fear of missing out. Long Dark still under development. I have no idea. Okay, 8%, 7, 6, 5. Let's swap before that dies. Yay, solar panel. I am gonna probably want to put down some more frames before I actually make these. Yeah, Johnny, you're absolutely true. The worst thing about it is that it psychologically still kind of works, even if you're aware of it and dislike the premise. Yeah, that is true. It is not good. Yeah, I wasn't sure about disabling because I knew some people would like it, and I wasn't sure it was harmful enough to get rid of it. I'm open to opinions, but I know some people like sharing that stuff, so I don't want to... I don't know. I don't know whether there's a net benefit or a net loss. I don't know. But I also wholeheartedly support anyone who just goes, don't care. Ooh, that's not a lot of iron. Let's turn that off. Get some more. Yes, I wish to register my heartfelt and deep-seated apathy. The bit that bothers me is how skeevy it is because of the peer pressure aspect of sharing. So for those who are watching this as a VOD on YouTube and going, what? Twitch added a thing where people are given an achievement, question mark, for watching, for how many streams in a row they've watched. Or if they miss one, making that streak continue by watching a VOD. And this is shareable in chat as a statement of this is how many I watched. Well, I build glass walls around my solar panels so they won't require repairs after hard weather events. Yes, I will. Yes. Whether I include them in my space initially, not sure. But yes, I will. Or I do plan to. The main thing that needs to stay outside is the furnace. But everything else should be able to go inside. I think. I don't think there's anything else that has to go outside. Could you do roof solar? Yep. One of the reasons I haven't done roof solar here is it's more infrastructure. It's more stuff to have to build. Actually, how much gas do I... Oh, I still got heaps. Just thinking, is my welder gonna run out? So what I was thinking of doing was putting these angled ones along here. Because that should get a decent amount of power for a decent chunk of the day. Although, now that I see it, I probably don't want to put one in directly in front of my good solar panel, so I might make another frame. Thanks, Road Soldier. Thank you for 9 months. Oh man, if TFA and Capac landed without certain tools, that would be cruel. Oh, do I have a copper left in here? Yeah, I do. Let's get some more cables. I just had a thought about one of the aspects of building this base that's going to be so different to the bases I've built in much of the time I've played recently. I'm actually going to have to think about someone else seeing what I've built and having to interact with it and how that might happen without it all going catastrophically wrong. Oh. Yeah, an arc welder is one of the early tools I like to get because then I can weld inside my base without poisoning the atmosphere. So that is on my list for that reason. tablet. Tablet has battery.
Air tank low. Power low.
Air tank's okay for the moment. Just thought I'd line these up. Again, just to not block the best one too much. It's about 180, I think. We'll drop it down to 20. That should go. Not spreading the solar direction. I wasn't planning on it, no. I possibly should, so that I do get more power spread, because my battery is probably going to get fully charged at certain times of the day. But, oh well. Just another incentive for me to get some quick steel. So I'm going to have a bigger battery. Okay, that's ready to go for the morning. So with a bit of extra power coming in, that's should be coming in at all times, or should be coming in without me interacting with it. I'm a little closer to... Let's not take off my suit because I won't be able to see. Or will I? Oh yeah. It's dark, but it's not impossible. And then that. And we are fed and watered. Mostly. No, wait, don't put that there. Put this with the cereal bar so I know which one I'm eating next. I keep... whenever I'm in this space, I'm going to try my best to remember to take off my suit. Because taking off your suit in Stationeers gives you a... well, removes a debuff. There's a debuff that happens when you're in your suit for too long.
Air tank low.
That means
Power low.
you will consume your food and water supplies more quickly. That's the harm of it. Oh, that was very full. Let's not do that again. Trying not to be stinky, exactly. And it is important not to be stinky. Be interesting to see how quickly the other guys end up stinky. By comparison. Okay, power coming in. Battery is charged. Let's put my battery in there. Now have a think about what my next steps are. So I've got a little bit more power production. I've got a decent supply of food, so I'm not necessarily in a rush to get the potatoes, but I kind of feel like... oh, I was going to do potatoes as my next goal and try and make this into a greenhouse. But then I'm also thinking maybe I should get a furnace instead, because that gets me a station battery. And that is probably more important for security. My gut says furnace, because I'm an hour and a half in. I've got plenty of time. Yeah, I think I'll go... Like, I don't need reliable power for the greenhouse because there's enough sunlight on Mars for potatoes to grow. They can just grow from the sunlight. That's fine. I don't have to have grow lights. It's one of the reasons Mars is actually quite an easy start, is that you can rely on that for a decent chunk of time anyway. Either way, this indecision is not helping. I think I gotta go furnace. Yep, there's water ice on Mars. There's all of the different ice deposits on Mars. Yeah, let's get a furnace. All right, what do I need for a furnace? Easy. Okay, but what I also need is something to run the... Oh wait, no, I know what I need to do. Before I do any of this, we need to smelt a bit more iron. I need a locker. I need somewhere to put the ore and other things. So I don't have room to mine and hold the volatiles and the oxide. So when the other two arrive, they will drop down with a lander, which will include their suit, some food, and some water. They do not get another drop of materials. They don't get anything else. It's just their suit. So they'll arrive in a lander nearby where I'm at. Okay, that's gonna be a bit better. I pushed this so far out from the wall so that I can still get behind it. Although I probably could have pushed it back another block. Can the lander hit the base? I don't know. We will find out together, unless someone in chat tells us beforehand. There we go, there's some volatiles down there. So they'll have their own tools, they'll have a spool of cable, they'll have a few bits in their inventory, and that's it. Everything else we will have to make ourselves. Okay, that's enough volatile. Let's get some more oxide. That's probably enough of that as well. And there was coal back up this way. I might try and grab enough that I can make a full stack of steel. Oh, actually, I'm gonna make a greenhouse. I need more silicon too. Might want to grab lead if I spot some. Yeah. Good old solder. In before someone says solder. And yes, I did say that as annoyingly as I could. Man, so many people trying to tell me I was saying it wrong. Back in the early Venus playthrough, that was. Makes me want to say it like the chef in the episode of The Simpsons with the mayor's son. It's pronounced solder. Chowder. 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 Oh, there's Cole. No, Incognito, I never remotely entertained that idea at all, because that would be a very, very boring stream today. Did you ever entertain the idea of making a base very, very basic, but have lots of ores, and when they land, go, alright, get to it? Yeah, no. 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 Yeah, windows are open and door is open, that's why the birds are a bit louder. Also, it's gonna be a hot day, so they're probably up and out doing things early. But can you imagine me just spending 4 hours just mining and doing the most basic of prep? Nuh-uh. Everyone has a funny accent. Some people are just surrounded by enough people with the same funny accent, they don't notice it's a funny accent. So true. So very true. It's I do wonder what would have happened to my accent had I ended up finding someone to stream with who had a thick Australian accent instead of, say, streaming with Wasted or streaming with Shaq, where it kind of those two probably have an influence to push my accent back to a more neutral state. Whereas Capax is weird. Because Kabak's never going to find enough people around him who speak the same. Because he's just weird. His odd mix of North American and Australian. Cool. Chuck some of this coal away. I'll go find some iron. That's not enough for a full stack. So I got carried away with the other things. Yeah, it's gonna be hot here tomorrow, Arrow. I was pretty hot yesterday. Actually. I was out on a boat yesterday. My brother-in-law has a little boat that he uses for water skiing. And we took Toby to spend some time with his cousins out on a boat yesterday, so it was hot on the water. It was more hot for my brother-in-law though, because, oof, the boat did not want to behave. Fixing engine troubles on a hot day sounds like all kinds of not fun. And looked like all kinds of not fun. Poor guy. How did Toby like the boat? Let's say it's going to take some time for him to get used to the idea. He likes ferries, but I think the noise of the boat was a bit much. I think that's my base in the distance there. Okay, so that's plenty of iron for the moment, at least to make a stack of steel. A stack of steel will last long enough for my goals. Probably last long enough for my goals for today. Yeah, Wolfie, I was... His boat is from 2003, I think? So it's more like Shaq's boat. I think the deck and everything is much better state than the way Shaq describes his, but I think it's more like Shaq's boat. So, shift dragging to move all of one kind of item across to this locker would have made this a shambles. Whereas now I've got neat rows of different ores, which is what I like. Yes, Shaq's boat doesn't float. I'll have to ask him about that on Sunday. How is your boat? What state does it in? Does it boat yet? Can your boat boat? Right. Do I have enough power to make a furnace? Let's find out. Probably not. So I think that's my last battery. So I didn't fill up my batteries during the day. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, I did enough mining today that it should be okay for the next in-game day for me to hang around here producing stuff while also hopefully remembering to switch my batteries over. Hey, Shadow. How's it going? Yeah, I'm good. This is going alright. I had a escape by the skin of my teeth moment, which always makes it fun for me. That's my sweet spot. Ah, poo. There's my last power. I knew that was going to happen. Well, so what to do, what to do, what to do. No, I don't think it's Segi Plus that I'm using. It might be, but I don't think it is. I think it's a different one. Oh no, I am using Beef Segi Plus, yeah. Beef Segi Plus. So here are the mods that are active. We'll have, at the moment, I may add some more, but at the moment the active mods are Segi Plus. Don't think I've got the ambient light fix on, but I might do. Modular consoles and player comms. That's it. I have no idea if I'm even going to get to the point of using the modular consoles, because that's pretty advanced stuff, and I don't know if I'll get to that point. But it's there in case we do. Shadow, TFE, Capac, and I have already joined a co-op session with those mods installed. So we already know it works. It is already a-okay. Huh? How? Well, I got Capac to listen to me. And to read some instructions. And it just worked. But also, you can probably somewhat thank A certain South African called Largely Unemployed. Who creates Space Engineers and Stationeers content as well. Because he and I got it working together. But the timing of trying to record a series and Stationeers and it all just didn't work out. I didn't have the time. This was a few months back. And yeah, we got it working. And so I was pretty confident that I could get it working with Capac and TFE as well. Thanks, Thanos. Thank you for 28 months. For those of you who've watched the Space Engineers stuff, you would have seen Largely Unemployed in in the teaser video for the Apex survival update that we did together. Yeah, right. Admit it. You snuck over there and installed it in the middle of the night. I love the level of faith you guys have in Capac, i.e. none. It's so good. Where the heck's my base? Somewhere on this mound. I probably shouldn't have gone wandering off at night. This might have been an error. My base doesn't even have any glowy lights because its power's out. I think it's this way. Or is it up this way? Oh dear. Uh-oh. Okay, this might go badly. Oh. Oh. Okay. That's a hole. There it is. Found it. There's no way I can track my base. Don't have a beacon. Oh, can you find your rocket? Does that show on the tracker? Your lander. What? Oh, I don't have any power. Can't check. I don't have any power on the tablet, so I couldn't have done that anyway. Oh. Alright, so we got some lead for when I need to make some solder. Power should be coming in a second because it's daylight. And this time I will get some batteries charged. Best part about... One of the best parts about... Wait, not furniture? Why is that furniture? What furnace? One of the best parts about co-op is you can track each other. One of the things I was thinking about yesterday, actually, in getting excited for this, was with the communications mod. If we're going away from base and we start to run into trouble, we will have to use our radio to let the others know where we are, what trouble we have, and what they need to bring to save us. And I think you all know that's going to go terribly hilariously. It's going to be so good! Thanks, Space Cowboy! Thank you for 10 months! I am having a good day. Things are going well. And I mean that in the sense of things almost went catastrophically wrong, but I managed to get through, which is, as I was saying before, my sweet spot. Did I talk Shaq into playing Station? I don't think there's much here for Shaq. Like, that's not a criticism of Shaq. I just don't think there's much here for him. So, yeah, I don't think there's much to do. So yeah, no, I don't see Shaq ever playing this. I could be wrong, but that's my gut feeling. Yeah, what's the point? I'm not using the charger on the floor that I'm going to forget about and have a battery destroyed because I left it in there. Come on. You all know what I'm like.
Hydration critical.
Which way around is that? That's the way I like to have it. Form a basic furnace. Honestly, the basic charger can just disappear. I don't care about it. I'm not going to use it. No matter how much you guys try and make me move it, I'm not going to use it. And it won't help me inside anyway because there's no sun inside. There's no windows. There are no windows at all. But on the plus side, all of my batteries are now charged. Which didn't take long at all. Oh, the charger? Eh. I don't have extra batteries right now. I'm working on it. Iron sheets. I've actually got a couple. Throw it in the hole! Yeah, I should throw it in the hole. Be funny for Capac and TFE to find this at some point. Be like, why is there a solar panel over here? Why'd I find a solar panel in a hole? Bye. Right, what do you want now? You want 2 more? I think. Actually, there you go. Shadow nailed it. Capac will say, I don't think solar panels work very well in holes, and explain nothing else of why he said that. That'll be literally the only words he says. And that's, yeah, yep. Shadow got it. Got it in one. Alright, let's do the cheesy. Split one. Ah, nuts. It's too high. It won't fall in. I'm gonna have to wait till nighttime. Unless I use a jetpack. Maybe I can use the jetpack. I mean, I could move it down. So that's not a problem, so it does work. Oops. Oops, what am I doing? Pressing the wrong button. Okay. Yeah, I probably should add the gas lines to it. That is a good point. Yeah, that could have gone interestingly. Where's my cow? Moo. Single use furnace. Yep. Pipe. Did they update the tutorials and stuff for this game? Yes, they did, but it's actually really cool because they didn't make the updated tutorials for it. A member of the community did, and I just don't want to get their name wrong. It was Bigfoot MSR. They made it. They made updated tutorials for it, and they included it in the game. And I love that sort of stuff. What am I looking for? I'm looking for a valve. And I need some copper. Alright, we'll smelt that copper while I go and have something to drink. There we go. I'm sure I would have remembered before I exploded the thing that I needed to put stuff on it. Hello, Charlie.
Hunger.
Welcome back to the room. Yes, your head is very heavy on my arm. Well played, dog. Well played. Okay, done. Actually, before I hop out, I'm gonna just take another quick bio break where I will take off my suit so I don't stink up the joint, because I've already got the shower symbol and the unamused emote. So yeah. I will be right back and... Oh, I really want to put this on, so I'm going to do it. We'll see how much this breaks things. Hey, I think that sort of worked. I think kind of mostly worked. The bareback screen, at least. In the upshot, I don't stink no more! I mean... I did already try and put stuff in the furnace, but that still wouldn't have caused it to explode, because I wasn't going to put so much in there that it would have exploded. Like, I'm absolutely confident of that. So I was just planning on putting enough to cook up some steel. And it would have been fine. Alright. So, input, output. Yeah, why not? Let's do it that way. Okay. So let's put in, I think 4 is going to be plenty. And 8 of that. Blammo. Iron goes in. Yeah, jet-powered furnace. It does look a bit that way. Where'd we get to? Oh yeah, 14 megapascals. 1400 Kelvin.
Power low.
There we go. Steel. Now, how short am I of getting another bit of steel? Let's see if I can quickly find some iron before that cools down, and then I can make another stack. It's gold, coal, nitrice, iron. So I actually started thinking about it, I'm like, it would be nice to make the base out of steel and just not have to do a whole bunch of replacement. Then equally, sometimes the replacement bit is fun because it's kind of reworking a whole base and trying to keep it functional at the same time. And there are a lot of challenges that come alongside that. I think the furnace will stay hot enough for long enough, I hope. I'm going to just mine out this deposit.
Air tank low.
Oh. Or maybe I'll suffocate before that happens, so maybe I should just head back. Huh. I've got stuff for solder. I don't have stuff for electrum and invar. I'll see how far I get today. I sort of don't want to go too far, but I also, like, I don't want to progress super far. What I want to do is build up a decent base. So kind of enjoy each step of progression. Oh dear. Yeah, that would make sense. Enjoy each one as I go along. Yeah. I think we've still got enough heat there. It's 900 Kelvin I need, so let's see if I can get this through. Ooh, this might be tight. Yeah, alright. I'm gonna have to throw some more gas in. Oh, no. Looks like we're okay. There you go, 600 grams of steel. That's gonna last a while. Not forever, but long enough. So we'll shove that in there. We also need to shove it in there. We'll leave the other one where it is. And a station battery. Oh, power's out. Okay. Swap that in there. Let's go inside and sort these gases. Twitzy still hasn't learnt the lesson to make the new permanent base a new structure. Actually, yes, I learnt the lesson to not do that. Because when you do that, you end up living in the temporary base so long that it's annoying.
Air tank critical.
One of the things I really disliked about our Terraformers playthrough was we spent all this time building new base, but we never actually got to properly live in it because we made it too perfect to begin with. And so I actually think an evolving base is more fun. One that you're actively working on all the time and adding to and reworking and rebuilding is more fun. And that's why my Venus base was that, because it was all of that evolving. It never moved. I mean, it also was because Venus doesn't really encourage you to move. It encourages you to just not move ever. But still. A big part of it was not wanting to repeat those same mistakes of, let's build an enormous new base and never get it finished. Because, yay. One sec, just filling up my water bottle. Forgot to do that while I was up before. And I don't know whether that's a fun thing to watch. I just know that it wasn't fun to play that way. Yeah. City Clone, you actually bring up an interesting point. Building big is fun. Finishing it up is not. I might also have been doing the Terraformers save at the same time as we were building the Skywarp. That may have contributed to my feelings on this matter. I'm not certain, but it may have. Because, yeah, that really... yeah. Yeah. Alright. Needs... What do I need for a battery? Station battery. Gold, copper, and steel. Okay. 20 gold, 20 copper. What have I got? Just 7.5 copper. Alright. Let's shove this through then. So that's going to cool this down a little bit more as well. Definitely going to need to build those frames. Gold as well. And then I need to go get some more iron so I can make the solder. Something I realized during my playthrough is it's best to build specific modules of a mega base rather than building the base frame and then filling it in. Yeah. I think, and this is going to sound bizarre coming from me, I think I like Capac's approach. Which is don't think too far into the future, because then you steal yourself of gameplay. You steal gameplay from yourself. At least in games where rebuilding is fun, and Stationeers is a game where rebuilding is fun. Shouldn't Capac's approach be known thing? He thinks, just not about anything you or I would recognize as, thinking. I think you know what I mean. It's just, it's like an alien. We can't even fathom what they might be thinking. Or how they might see the world. Yeah, Shadow, I think it depends on what the goal of the playthrough is. As in, and I don't mean that as in the end goal. I think it's what the play goal is. Is the goal to always have something that might be an achievable endpoint, or something that's a little bit fun along the way? Or is the goal, like, especially if you're playing solo and not for content, the goal can be something very different. It could just be, I want to see that I've made this cool thing. This massive thing. And so the only way to do that is to start it with a proper plan and build it from there. But I find that really works as something to be streamed for me. It's just not my kind of thing. I am discovering, much as I want it to be my thing, because I want to have the cool thing that it ends up with. The amount of fun I've had with Shack and our very loose, let's just play what needs to be played right now. I think it sits somewhere else for me. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about Factorio when I said if it's fun for you to do rebuilding. And some people find Factorio rebuilding fun. Some people do not. For me, it very much depends. Sometimes I found it very much not fun, and other times it's been like, actually, this is alright. It's alright. I'm forgetting the ratios of solder. 1 to 1. And 550 Kelvin, so we've still got quite a bit of cooling to do. But I can let some of the gas out and it should cool a bit quicker. So I'll do that before I put the last bit of iron in. Yeah, that's going to take a while to vent. So slow. Depends on the rebuilding required for me. If it's rebuilding production section of the base to increase its total production capacity, not an issue. If it's rebuilding the entire track network because I've redone the layout, yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. There are there are very different ways these things can make you feel. And how much fun you're having at that particular stage of the game as well. Like if I had to rebuild my entire Venus base when I'd gotten to a few hundred hours in, I would have just been like, into that save, I would just be like, nah, I'm done. I'm walking away. This isn't fun anymore. I want to do something new. This isn't where I want this to be. This isn't something I'm enjoying. But to me, it's the same as when playing a game like City Skylines or SimCity or any of those. If I start my if I start my city on a grid, I'm gonna get bored super quick. If I make it a mess and then I have to deal with that mess, oh yeah, I'm gonna have some fun. Trying to rework road networks, trying to build overpasses and bypasses and other things to try and make things make sense. Johnny, what does that stand for? I've never come across that acronym before. Yagni style planning. It is not a term with which I am familiar. much of this floor do I try and replace before we go? You ain't gonna need it. Often used in programming to say, don't design for problems you don't yet have, as you might not even need to solve those problems. Oh, okay. Makes some sense. Right. Try and make a little bit of a door so I don't have, or an entryway so I don't have to jump up onto the door. Oh, I think we all know Capac can break the airlock, so I do think that is that's not going to fit that category at all. Where are we at? 14 megapascals. That'll do. Okay. I don't want to forget about this and empty it completely. Okay, 200 Kelvin left to go. And I need 2 more sheets. Did any end up in here? Nope. And that. Put up a parasol and some lawn chairs and fire up a barbecue. Well, I've got the barbecue fired up. It's just a bit too hot to cook food on right now. Although, probably make a decent pizza oven right now. It's about 500 Celsius. I know that's very hot for a pizza oven, but it'd still be not too bad. So I think pizza ovens are usually like 400? Like 350 to 400? CD Clone, I will provide news for AA when there is news I want to provide. Until then, I'm going to maintain my current radio silence on it. I don't have any more to say than that right now. Oh, it's 450? Okay, so I'm not far off. This is about pizza oven temp. A bit hot, but not too far. Have I thought about doing a video / stream where I lay out what to expect this year? Yes, and then I thought, no one's going to watch that. So I didn't do it. Tex, pizza ovens are much hotter than your conventional ovens. So a proper pizza oven for a, like a Napoli style pizza is going to be pretty hot. In fact, while we're waiting for things, pizza oven temp. Okay, I'm going to ignore what the AI overview says and instead go to the much better source of truth, Reddit. No, that's not helpful. Yeah, here we go. Authentic Pizza Ovens Australia says around 400 Celsius to 450 degrees Celsius. Tex says, I learned something unexpected today. Honestly, Tex, I'm curious whether knowing the heat of a pizza oven would ever prove relevant to a firefighter. I know you were more of a paramedic, but still kind of curious.
Hydration critical.
So I guess the degree of heat doesn't really matter of what they produce, because if they can produce fire, then it matters. You were more a firefighter than paramedic. Okay. Because yeah, I would think it's more just, it gets hot. Hot can set fire. The actual heat of a burning house might have some relevance, and the heat of certain particular types of fires, but I can't imagine that the ovens necessarily would. Oh, see, Tex, the weird thing is, like, while where you are, firefighters and paramedics have crossover, there is zero crossover here. The ambulance service and the firefighters would both show up at, depending on how far away they are, potentially similar times to a burning place. And they have, like, the firefighters would be trained in basic life support, but anything more advanced goes straight to the paramedics, who should also be on scene. And they would be the ones, the advanced paramedics would be the ones doing the intubations and stuff. Open. Eat and drink. I wonder if it's going to be food or water I have to solve first. I think I probably need to... Water's easy to deal with, but I reckon it's probably going to be what I run out of first. But I should... Oh, I'm stinky, but I don't want to wait in here. I want to do stuff. But I need... Need to prolong my food. The department had value-added EMTs for delays in paramedic response. Okay. This is when an Australian firefighter tells me that they've learned how to intubate, but I definitely have not gotten that impression from any that I've spoken to. Toby loves going to... One of the cool things that the fire departments do around here is open days. Inviting all the local kids, and everyone goes along and they play it. You get to hold the... like, do stuff with the fire hoses, and
Oxygen low. Oxygen
they show off all their gear.
pressure
Kids get in the fire truck, set off the sirens, all that stuff. It's always good fun. Okay, I definitely should have vacuumed this out more. You can see how many game days it is, kinda, by looking in the bottom right of the screen, just over my character portrait. It says day 5. The expected arrival will be next stream, so not today, but next stream, which means 12 to 14 days, depending on how long I stream for today. Yeah, James, the roleplay, I would imagine Australia and the UK are similar on a lot of fronts. For better or worse for both of us. But yeah, Tex, that's incredibly important. Making kids trust firefighters when they're dressed in all their gear so they don't hide from them if they're needing to be rescued is incredibly valuable. On 480p, it says nothing above the character. Yeah. But yeah, it's down here where my mouse is circling. That's where it says day 5. But if you're ever wondering and you can't read it, just ask. Now that I know that people can't read it, I will just say. But it should be... I've got basically a week. And I've done pretty well so far. Like, this is day 5. I'm about to make a decent-sized battery. I just... should actually... Did I actually check what I needed from the battery? Did I need the solder for the battery or just the steel? Just the steel. Okay. So I should be able to make this. Get battery. Am I going to be able to make that before this runs out of power? Probably not. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. How are you going pressure-wise? 6 megapascals. Alright, I'm stopping there. I might mine up some more ice to throw into here to cool it down a bit quicker. Try and get this down to... cool enough temps. Oh, it's about to run out. That's such a good point, Tex. I've never thought about that. Medicine using a similar approach. Yeah, it totally could. Doctors and nurses being introduced to kids early in a friendly fashion. Paramedics as well. The at the Sydney Easter show last year, they had the firefighters were there and the police were there to let the kids like climb on a police motorbike and muck around with stuff. But there wasn't any, I didn't see any New South Wales ambulance stuff there. So yeah. The new Grabby Hands mod doesn't offer anything for us different to what the current Grabby Hands mod adds, so no, probably won't be using it. It's cool that someone else has come up with a new technique because that means if one breaks, maybe the other one will work. But for my particular uses, I'm familiar with Grabby Hands and how it works, so I'm probably not going to switch out. Were the adults allowed to do that too? I think so. I didn't ask. I just put my not yet 2-year-old onto the motorbike and got some photos. Where am I putting this battery? That furnace is in a really annoying spot for this battery. I really want to get this battery built. Alright, I'm just going to put it here. We can move it if I absolutely have to. And what do you want? Welding torch and steel sheets. Thank you, TFE. Thank you for 25 months. And oh dear, TFE's here. in chat, but not in game. That comes on Monday. TFE's previewing his future home. Yep. Don't worry, I don't think we need to worry about TFE ruining any surprise. He'll panic regardless, and we know Capac's not going to look ahead. Alright. Now, how cold are you? Are you there yet? No. 100 degrees still to go. Poop. Home is where the oxygen is. Yeah. I think what I can do is move this APC into the airlock now and make some big batteries. So we'll make a bunch of those. Because cannot have too many of those right now. I'm so torn on just throwing this oxide in there. Actually, what is in this? Nitrous and oxygen. Okay. Okay. Saw some nitrous ice around here somewhere. Nitrice. So don't really have any use for that right now. I'll have a quick look around. If I find some, I can just chuck it in. I know I could just throw the oxide in because I'll probably get enough oxygen from other sources anyway, but... Who knows how many times the base is going to be accidentally vented. Auto solar tracking when? I mean, I've only got one tracking solar panel, one mobile solar panel right now, so not yet. I also don't have much power consumption right now. Okay, I don't see any. I'm just going to get some oxide and throw it in the furnace. Auto tracker solar panel when? Monday, that's when Catpack arrives. I wonder how well he'd do as an auto tracking solar array. He'd probably do alright until he got distracted. I think. So he'd last 30 seconds. I mean, maybe, but I don't want to sell him short. I also am so interested to see how this is going to go because he's going to be left to his own devices a lot. Because I won't be able to hear him or talk to him. So, like, that's going to have an impact. $590. Yeah, Shadow Drake, I've already vented a bunch of it. And I know I can vent some more, but it's just, yeah. It's very slow through a cow. Cows are not rapid vents. It needs to moo more. $560. Does a cow or a broken pipe vent faster? I don't know. Oh yeah, these pipe sections are contributing, absolutely. As we know, this is a temporary solution, because an advanced furnace would be nice. Hey, we're there. Cool, got my solder. Done. Alright, battery's getting some charge. Oops. That'll do, that'll get a bit more. And I can put my solder in the electronics printer and get myself another APC. Don't care about you. You can just... Ah, no, too many APCs. You know what? I'm going to do this differently than what I was planning. I was originally planning on using this airlock as my airlock. I'm kind of tempted to do the exact opposite of what I said earlier, which is an evolving base, but actually just build over the top of this. I think I'm just going to build a base around this, and then vacuum out all that, and then just demolish this bit in the inside. I think that'll work. Especially with the station battery working. Yeah, a weird house inside a greenhouse kind of deal. Because aside from the two furnaces, everything here should be inside, I think. We're going to need to smelt some silicon. What temperature do I need for that? It's hot, but I can't remember how hot. 900. Okay, it's not too hot.
Air tank low.
Do-do-do.
Air tank critical.
You think TFE? Oh. Yeah, I do wonder which one of them will... Actually, let me be more inclusive. I wonder which one of us will blow up the base first. Because... it's very possible it could be me. It's very likely. I can absolutely see it being something that I did that makes it all come crashing down. Because I'm likely to be the one playing with fire. Let's get some steel frames. Ah, nice to be able to use power through the night. So I remember that time you vented your tank inside the base when you were playing with Shadow. And which time was that? That's not ringing a bell. I'm sure it's happened, but it's not ringing a bell. Let's start. Get rid of some of these. Before I get too far ahead. Although I don't want to do too much of this, because then I might actually run out on my welder. That would be bad. And I don't like having, iron bits. Okay, so... I... get a few more steel sheet. What would satisfy a first failure prediction? Well... That's tricky. I think anything where ignition happens and it wasn't supposed to should probably qualify. I feel like that makes sense to me. Alright, this can probably just vent itself now. And then I will deconstruct it once it's a little lower pressure. Now I need to make walls. And I want to not make this just a square box. I want to make it kind of an L shape. So it's a bit more interesting. Let's get some walls made. Get wall. Am I building a lander monument? I was reading some posts on, I think it was on Reddit, of people encapsulating their capsule and the capsule still getting destroyed by the first storm anyway. So I don't even know that it's possible to save the lander and make it a monument. I think it might actually be impossible to do so, which is a bit sad. But I'm sure we'll get plenty more landers because every time you die, you get a new lander. Taz, I'm supposed to be making less annoying bases, not more annoying bases. How about you build the base into a donut shape? The airlock is in the middle and you have to go up and over the roof to get it. I think it's more storm shenanigans, Shadow Drake. That's my guess. But the people who were testing it were talking about how they actually made sure that the gas volumes were different and whatnot. But yeah, I believe it might be impossible to protect the lander. We can test it later if I get to that point, but at this stage, no. Why aren't I building underground? Daylight is nice. I like daylight. I like being able to see the surroundings. And now that Stationeers has interesting terrain, I really want to see the surroundings. Let's jump up on the roof and see if I can get a perspective on this that helps. Okay. I need to just ignore everything I've built and assume that I can move everything. So I like solar panels going on the roof of things, but the solar panels I have are not durable enough to deal with storms, so they have to be internal. So regardless of whether I build them on the ground or elevated up at the next level, they're still going to have to be inside a glass room. And I think that kind of leans me towards just leaving them on the ground for now. Shizu, do you get the solar storms only on the moon, or do you get them elsewhere?
Power low.
Anyone in chat know? Because if it's only on the moon, then I'm probably never going to experience a solar storm. Moon and Vulcan. Ah, well, yeah. I might play on Vulcan again at some point. Vulcan was fun, because it's dynamic. The moon is just no. I'm never going to play on the moon. It's just so grey and boring and just... no. I'm glad Capac's not here to add to that, given that I wear grey. What am I making? I was going to make something, and now I've forgotten. Door. No, the solar panels not being capped to 500 watts does matter on Mars, because I have gotten my solar panels up to like 570. I've seen today, something around that mark, so it's high enough that it matters. Okay, so what I was thinking was... sunrise is there, sets there. What I don't want to do is block any of the sunlight coming from that direction. So I want the solar panels over that way, and I want the plants over that way. So that means... what I was thinking of doing was putting a door, our airlock, here. So we enter through here and go straight into the greenhouse and solar panel area, and then at the back here we'll put all our storage and stuff like that, and production buildings, things. But the entryway will sort of be taking a chunk out of that space to make it a bit more interesting. I think that'll work all right.
Vibration critical.
So I need a little... I think it's only one more plastic I need for the door. Yeah. Plastic sheet. And then glass. But I think it's gonna be fun playing with the two guys rather than playing another series solo. But also knowing full well that neither Capac nor TFE are likely to expend much energy on IC10. Or believing that. TFE might. I can see TFE maybe doing that. Capac won't. Right, I'm gonna hop inside. I need to take a quick bio break. And I prefer to be inside for such things. Suit off. Yep. Let's drink before I go. Alright, I'll be right back. I think one of the cool things... So, in chat you guys were asking about what's the goal of the series and things like that. I'm not... We don't have a specific end goal, and I'm kind of not going to bother coming up with one. We'll just play it while we're having fun, and then stop when we're not. If I come up with an end goal along the way that I feel is going to be fun and add to the fun, then we'll do that. But until then, it'll just be making somewhere comfortable for us to exist and having some fun together playing the game. Part of the reason I've decided to take that approach is that without a terraforming mod, I don't think there is an end goal that will suit us properly. And yeah, I think one of the cool things that will be possible with 3 of us playing together and with the way the game works now is we'll be able to do stuff like having having someone go out to try and set up a new base for a deep miner, and having someone else go out and set up another new base, and we'll see the different ways that people make those, and then shipping stuff between them and all that sort of thing. I think that'll be fun. And I think that provides an opportunity for everyone to get stuck into different aspects of it. So I'm looking forward to that. But worth noting, did not have a specific end goal for my Venus or Vulcan saves really either. Vulcan I sort of did have a plan, but I didn't follow the plan, so it didn't matter in the end anyway. No frolicking in a big greenhouse full of switchgrass? I mean, there may be. Who knows what we will get up to? And maybe we won't do deep miners. Maybe we'll do rockets to collect resources and bring them back. Maybe we'll do both. But honestly, I just kind of want to make I'd just like to reach a point where we feel like we've got a comfortable base. I think that would be enough. That'd be cool enough for me. Need iron and gold. All right, let's go find some gold. Actually, you know what? That could be a cool, a suitable end goal for us. Or at least a suitable goal to shoot for, which is become successful chicken farmers. I have never done that. I've never even gotten to the point of getting the chickens. So becoming successful chicken farmers would be an achievement. I think it's loose enough, but also potentially achievable enough that it could really be a thing. Thanks, Shaggy. Thank you for the prime sub. Yeah, chickens. Let's do chickens. But honestly, there's going to be so much distraction and stuff needed to be done before then. The chickens will be they're down the road a bit. One of the 7, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, so we don't have any access to chicken eggs, so the way we would have to do it is to make a trading platform that has an oxygen, like a landing platform that's oxygenated, that's breathable. So then we can get a breathable trader down and get them to bring the eggs with them. Oh, no. No, the atmosphere in Stationeers is just bad enough as it is. You don't need to add acids to it. 1-7. If that's what you're asking about. Ah! Because the atmospheres are toxic. nasty. Did I need more copper? I think I did. There's some copper. Ah. There are only 2 types of O2 traders. Nice to know that we'll not have to do too much RNG fighting. But yeah, us getting to a airtight trader platform is not going to happen quickly. Have no fear, those who want to see this go on for a while. There are plenty of distractions to be had. Don't say that, the RNG will hear you.
Waste tank caution. Air tank low.
I think I'm taking a bit too long to do some of this stuff.
Air tank critical.
So I feel like I'm moving slowly right now towards
Hydration
getting a
critical.
greenhouse. Yeah. Yeah, I'm moving slowly. Okay. That's not good. Need to pick up the pace. You've gotten rusty. Yeah. Yep. It took me less than a year to get rusty. It really wasn't that long ago I played. Yeah, I'll put you on the shelf outside, actually. I don't think I've done horribly, but I'm definitely feeling like I'm moving at a more casual pace right now, which is okay. This place doesn't have to be perfect by the time the guys arrive. It's already, I think, good enough. You're empty, good. All right, let's dismantle you. Alright, so if the door's there, and it's going in there, I could probably put the furnace just a few more blocks out this way, and that'd be reasonable. Let's get a few more steel frames. Get that started. Don't worry. I picked Mars because I haven't played on Mars in ages. I've always liked Mars. And I'm going to be playing with Capac and TFE, those who aren't aware. Because, they're going to add enough of a challenge through neither being particularly experienced, especially in TFE's case. Capac's actually played quite a lot of Stationeers. He is... He's moderately experienced, it's just it's spread over a very long time frame. So he forgets everything. And he's Capac. So he deliberately forgets things. So that's gonna add some extra distractions for me from the goals that I'm trying to set myself. Wait, I was doing this the other way around, wasn't I? I was doing the entrance. This is the entrance door. Yeah. Okay, so the furnace should go this way. Well, there comes the storm. improve the storm effects? Oh yeah. Is the printer actually going? Yes, it was. Thank you for reminding me. Nope. Should not get any messages here that I have been hit by debris. Unless I die. Man. Day 7. Goes so fast. Thanks, Kate. Thank you for the Prime sub. If you want something strippy, surround yourself with unfinished walls. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I can repair with glass sheets rather than duct tape if I wanted. Huh. About these ones? Yep, same deal. Cool. I will probably do that. Yeah, I needed to get an airtight box around the solar panels. I need to get the airtight box built so that I can make a planter as well. That's where I'm going. That's what I'm shooting for right now. I was just in the process of making a new airlock so that I could build a glass wall, and part of that was moving my furnace. Unfortunately, I've been very slow at making that progress, and so it did not get done in time. Because yeah, I need to start growing some food and getting some water supplies set up as well. Yeah, Shadow Drake, I was reading a discussion with the Rocketworks devs about how they want storms to behave and the damage and stuff, and I totally understand why it's weird. And why it's probably always going to be a bit weird, because they have to just choose which weird they want to deal with. Danger Train, I don't care if it's easy or not. Like, I'm not trying to do this because it's difficult, I'm trying to do this to have fun. Yeah, we'll put a wall there. I've done difficult. I've done the Vulcan, the Venus, blah blah blah, all are brutal. I don't need to do them again, unless I want to. Don't feel any need to prove to myself that I can do these things, because I've done the ones that I feel are hard. I'm happy to move on from focus of making everything around that. Let's start getting this greenhouse bit down. Do I go 2 stories high for this internal space, or do I just go 1 for now? Let's stick with 1. Try not to overreach this first bit. It's pretty easy to add an extra bit on later. So I think I'll keep the glass going in for most of the ceiling, and then this part of the ceiling I'll do in the other bit. Pretty easy to add on with 3 people there. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. The brittle mode was so scared of me, it's crashed itself 3 times. Ugh. And then, ugh. Don't remind me, Ada. Oh. Also, would this storm hurry up and end? Is it going to last all day? Does it last the entire day cycle, or... Oh no, it's randomized now, isn't it? It used to. But it's randomized. How long it lasts. Oh, I wonder how bad this is on the compression. It's not super high contrast, so hopefully it's not too bad. Is this one gonna last long enough? Oh yeah, I should check my solar panel's health. Damage at 39, 40%, 44, alright. Let's glass. Let's see how this works. So I've never done this way. Oi. Yeah. Hatch. Oh. Okay, cool. It's just that. I mean, I shouldn't repair mid-storm, unless I absolutely have to, but I was just curious. Come on, Storm, hurry up and end. I want to build things. The RNG did hear me? Yeah, maybe it did. It's dragging out this storm. No, my solar panels don't work during the storm. You can see they're generating 0 watts. But my station battery's got an okay amount of charge that will carry me through, I think. Oh, there we go. Sun is rising. Now, steel sheets. Need a few of those, and then I need to make some more walls. The joys. I wonder how we're going to work around the slow production and how many printers we're actually going to need each. So that's going to definitely put a dent in our pace as a group. So I need to get... Oh yeah, just the wall up to there, that'll do. So yeah, I was thinking, comes the wall there, and there. And then just fill in the ceiling.
Power low.
I'll vent this space out. And then pressurize it, and then we can knock the walls through, and then I can fiddle with how the rest of the space is going to work. Or I could just knock this thing down entirely. Try and get as much of its gas into that tank as possible, and then open it up again once I've built it with good-looking walls rather than ugly walls. Because iron walls are ugly. Try those. Yeah, why not?
Oxygen low.
Uh-oh.
Oxygen low.
Why is my oxygen low in my suit? Oh, my nitrogen filter's dead.
Oxygen critical. Oxygen critical. Temperature critical. Pressure
Okay,
critical.
that's going to buy me a little bit of time.
Pressure.
What's got iron in it? This does. That's steel that popped out. Yeah, my lack of filtration on my oxygen supply is not ideal. In fact, it's really bad. Where did I put... Oh, it's inside. I'll just make another one. So yeah, the air supply is not great. It is a problem. It is a problem I will deal with. Just not now. Alright, that's fixed. Let's get back to what I was doing, which was finishing this place so that I can make and feel like I've got actually the things I need. Alright, and we need 2 vents. Which needs gold. Which I've chucked on the ground here. There is a recycler. Eventually you get it back. Eventually you make one, but in the early game there's no point keeping those things, I feel. Some may disagree, but that is my very strong feeling on the subject. What do I need for a console? Copper. And then we need a sensor. Could that be the first goal for TFE? Filter the oxygen supply. Maybe. I mean, I'm gonna have to trust them with things. I'm gonna have to. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but it's the thing I'm gonna have to do. Alright. So, if we're gonna do that, I can put... Yeah, put the passive vent on this side, so it's kind of hidden in a cupboard. Oh, not that way around. Other way. And then the external passive vent can go on this wall. Now I do have steel, but I'm not sure I have enough silicon that I want to do this with insulated, but I think I will. Just so I don't have to redo it later. Just let them do all the smelting. Oh, well, I like doing smelting. I've got no particular plans around how I would want to do any sort of role organization or anything like that. I think we'll just let it happen as it happens. We'll see how it goes. There we go. That works. And now we need some cable. Cool, that's gonna work just fine. I was a bit... It's been so long since I made an airlock where I can access the APC that I wasn't sure I'd actually set this up right, but it does look correct. So my last couple of playthroughs, I've sort of rushed it. That should be it. Now I just need to make an airlock chip, which I don't know what requires. Advanced airlock. 5 grams of copper. Okay. Did I leave any copper in here? Yes, got 13 grams. Sweet. Did I leave any more stuff on the ground out here? Nope. Cool. That's in. Now I need some glass. All the silicon is gone. Nuts! Oh no, there it is. Oh, just enough. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, the worst thing that'll happen is sometimes people asphyxiate. It's not like he will somehow have only pollutants in the O2 tank. Alright, I'm happy with that. That's got all the bits. Now I need to actually start making this thing and getting some glass and some plastic for the walls. So... that means I need to grab my arc furnace. Or my furnace. I'll just shove down the arc furnace. So I can at least get something going. Oh man, I need more copper. Nuts! Alright, regular furnace it is. So it doesn't need power. Yeah, that works. Trying to think about where to put this so that it's got something to fall onto, or at least not to fall too far. That's just going to be annoying walking around on the unbuilt things. So let's get some of these.
Hydration
The data disk always felt a bit weird in its use. Fair, they changed it. Yeah, they had all these ideas around data disks and how they were going to work, and I think ultimately they just didn't work as a fun way to do things. So they abandoned it, and now we just use a screwdriver, which is nice. I think it was the right choice. Stop that. Quickly get these done. I should have a furnace in a sec. In fact, if I've got enough iron, I might make a pipe utility kit to try and be able to control its pressures more. I don't. Alright, because I need 5 and I've only got 4.5. And so, let's grab that and that. And I've got the cow. Probably should have done that the other way around with the double what little it's worth on the furnace, but whatever. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. In you go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In you go. Let's get some copper going. And take the silicon out of there. That's right, I already had it on me. Huh, cool. Man. I'm gonna need so much silicon. I forgot about that little element of building your base with steel stuff, is that you actually end up needing tons of silicon to make the walls, and I need a ton of silicon for all this glass too. But hopefully the 96 will get me there. Maybe. 97. See a fire strike. And that means in here. Let's get some plastic. Oh, I need 2 for that. It's like pressing the key and get nothing. Why? So I sort of changed my plans midway through the build of this part of the base, because I realized that it might be a good idea to have a backup pressurized space and keep it separate for the moment. And I'll just try and build this one up to be useful first, before I try and incorporate all of it together. Yeah, exactly. Can always knock it through like a 2000 decoration show. Ooh. And I might want to deal with the air tank situation before the guys arrive. As a more urgent thing. Eat the bar. Drink of the water. Although, how much water do I have left? 3 bottles left. Ooh, okay. The water supply is going to be needed. Soon. Thanks, Robcroft. Thank you for the Prime sub. Not hurting the cats yet? No. No, I came up with an idea that I think is decent, of starting without them and then bringing them in. There were a few factors that kind of drove me to this as a concept for the series, or at least the start. One was Capac TFE and I recorded a session of us playing Stationeers, and with 3 of us on a brutal start, there really wasn't a lot for everyone to do. So this means I get to have my fun of having a brutal start, and the other guys get to have the fun of not having to stand around and just mine ores while I do most of the building. Yeah, stop. That's enough. Probably used up too much silicon making plastic. So it seemed like a good way to work it out. And so yeah, I was just thinking about it the other day and I was like, oh. Because my original thought had been maybe I give myself an hour and I start at my usual time and I just tell the guys to show up whenever they want. And then evolved from that into, hey, maybe I should give myself a whole stream. Because then it really gives me a chance to have something organized. Will we be returning to Star Rupture? Yeah. Shaq and I are just going to try and figure out when and how. And whether that's on Sunday or whether we find another time slot. He messaged me last night about that, so I'm going to get back to him after this stream with some ideas and see when it might work. But yeah, it was fun playing with him. Cool. Almost done. Looks like I've got enough silicon, I think. Oh, maybe not. I think we might be out. No. Oh, no. No! That's irritating. I am literally 1 glass sheet short. The glass that I used to repair this mid-storm. Wow. Of course. Of course. Of course! Typical. Just typical. No, I'm not going to do a temporary fix. I'm just going to go get some silicon. Easy enough to just get some. Solar panels work just fine inside. The little bit of shadow from the edges of the block does impact their efficiency slightly, but it really doesn't matter. To me, it's like such a small amount that it's like worrying about the efficiency of your wind turbines in Space Engineers, where honestly you just build another one. It's such a tiny little impact. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of temporary fixes in other stuff. It's just this one's so easy to avoid. I'm avoiding it. I mean, that's a fair way to put it. It does cost less energy to enclose them than it does to repair them. Oh, what is this? Ah, it's not hot enough anymore.
Power low.
Okay, there we go. $9.29. Is it gonna hold? Is it gonna hold? Oh, just. Just barely. Should probably fill that hole in before I forget that it exists. Alright, we are airtight. I've got enough glass to repair all my solar panels. So I'll patch them all up and then vent this place out. I have bad habits of leaving things open that shouldn't be left open, so I don't leave the lever open on my furnace unless I'm actually using it. Because I don't want unsmelted stuff getting spat out, because that, when I'm working close to a temperature or pressure limit, that's what is going to happen. Power. I need a battery. I need to rip up this one. Open you up, chuck you in, turn you on, close you up, and close that door. No, wait. Yeah, close that door. Set inward. On. And wait for the pressure to drop. I love this game, but I keep getting hung up over engineering an air intake system. What do you mean by air intake system? Robcraft? I don't know what you mean. And now with no tool printer or labeler, you have to guess what each device is which. Oh. Yes. Yes, I do. It's not as hard as it sounds, because you just select one, see whether it changes its state, select the other one if it's the wrong one. But yes. Yes, I do. I do have to guess. Well, with an airtight space, next goal is get some water, and then grow some plants, and then oxygen supply that is filtered. And then we're golden. Separating pollutant from Mars air, all while keeping the pollutant in CO2. Ah. See, I'm looking forward to messing around with that and using phase change to separate the pollutant. I like doing phase change separation for pollutant. Phase change to separate out the... I mean, isn't it just to separate the nitrogen and CO2? Not so much. Come on. 73 pascals. 65. Suppose since I'm in here, I can do this. Get myself a little bit more juice in the battery. Turn off that because it doesn't need to be on. Yeah, Shadow, it is, I agree. It is quite fun using phase change filtering. There's a limit that I get to with it where I'm like, yeah, I'm done. I don't want to do any more than that. I'm happy with this being enough filtering saved. And that's usually at the point where I've done it for pollutant, and that's about it. And make it seem so easy. Well, I mean, Mars is easy after you've done the other starts. Even though you start with a lot less on you, there's not a lot of pressure. Because you've got access to ice. Any start with access to ice, I think, is going to be easy because you don't need to capture oxygen, you don't need to save oxygen, you don't need to capture volatiles, those sorts of things. It simplifies the gas management in the early game by an enormous margin. But it also speeds up the everything. And it's been so long since I've played on Mars, I wanted to play on it again. And I think it's the more fun setting to play with others. Vulcan would probably be fun too, but I played on Vulcan so much recently I would just wanted to do something different as well. Man. It's always the last 1% that's hardest to get out. Solar tracking. Solar tracking is something I could see if one of the other guys wants to do. Because I've done it and I can easily do it, and I've already got code that can do it. But if one of the other guys wants to take it on as a task, they should be my guest. Oh, it's weird. As I move around, the glow from my tablet appears and then disappears, but it's only there when I'm moving. Looks like we're out of CO2 out of pollutant in here, so I can probably turn off the vent. So the pollutant has become a rounding error. Okay, how much waste do I have? Let's do the same trick I did before. Close the door. Open the canister. Brings us up to 14 kilopascals. Melt this out. Open the door. Then chuck this on the floor. And I probably need more oxide. I don't think this is going to get up to breathable from just that one little bit of ice. Okay. Let's set up the airlock then. External pressure, 0. Internal pressure, we'll go 50. Actually, I'll go 20 for now because it is 20. Gas sensor. External vent. Are you locked? No, that is not the external vent. That is the external vent. Yeah. Interior. Glass door, exterior. Yep. There we go. Cool. Done. Let's hope I said that correctly. Venting to 0. Opening up. Yay! I have an automatic airlock. So I can go through to my manual airlock. And get into my pressurized space. And get out of my suit. Because I be stinky. Very unhappy about it. And also, it's time for me to take another bio break and do a little stretch. So I will be right back. Yeah, Johnny, I probably shouldn't have set the airlock pressures to where I did. Although, my plan is to go outside and mine some oxide pretty much straight away.
Power low.
So I'll have that on hand to speed it up, and then it's going to be lower than the general pressure after that, so it should be fine.
Critical.
What is the gas makeup in this? Ugh, it's only 68% O2. Yeah, I need to fix that. No, that's for later. For now, it is functional. If not good, it is functional. Two water bottles remaining. Gonna have to get some water ice. which is fine. Oxide and water ice. They are on my to-do list now. Well, let's see what we find. I know I've seen water ice as I've been walking around, so there's some not far from here. I just gotta actually find it, which will be a lot easier in daytime. It's not just good, it's good enough. Exactly. Yeah, I was just before thinking about whether I should try and get a light on the base before the guys arrive. But also, and here's a quote for you, I don't have to worry about food. Because when the guys arrive, we'll have plenty to eat. Yes, I did want to leave that hanging. We'll have plenty of eat because they'll come with their own packet of food, so as long as they arrive before I run out of food completely, it's all good. Thinking back to Vulcan with the 2 airlocks, 1 auto and 1 manual, and an IC-10 that wasn't isolated, maybe you should remove that airlock or isolate, automate it sooner rather than later. Maybe. Maybe. Do you get seeds? I've got potato seeds, that's it. I set that somewhere around there. Actually, I'll go a bit further back. Up to 43 kPa, so this is breathable now. Chuck another one down. Now I need to make an ice crusher. Kit ice crusher is made from pipe bender and doesn't require much. So I need to get some copper. Now I'm not gonna steal my existing copper supplies. I'm gonna try and add things to machines rather than transferring from one machine to another. Because I think it just generally works better if you just are always adding extra material to the pile. When you can. See if that gets through. I doubt it will. Oh no, it should make through comfortably. Sweet. Yeah, I'll have to get traders before we get any other fancy seeds. Check that in there, because that's where most of the copper's going to get used. Let's get a crusher. And I'll leave that making while I go out and find some water ice. Because I'll get a little bubbler thingy, and I'll start getting some plant crops as well. Yeah! We're up to day 10, so I'm on track. We're completing the steps that I wanted to complete. I think that could be water ice there. Yep. Nice thing about my plan with the water ice is also to use it as a bit of a thermal buffer for the base. So I'm not going to use insulated pipes, I'm just going to use regular pipes. So that as the sun heats up the base and heats up the atmosphere in there, that heat will transfer to the water. The water will be able to take that heat for a lot longer before it gets to to dangerous levels than just the atmosphere alone. Yeah, Shadow Drake, that's a good point. With 3 of us, someone could get onto showers early. Yeah. Yeah. It's a very good point. Maybe that someone could even be me. While the other guys are doing something else that I've done 1,000 times. So, since the terrain update, when you get down below the surface bit of the terrain, you will get colors indicating what ore is around, which is cool. I think it's a nice touch to help you make sure you've mined out the deposit completely without needing the ore glasses. The funny thing about showers is that it's such a simple thing to set up that I never get around to setting it up. Yeah, same. I might put this in the cupboard over here. You come back here and you put the ice in. And what do you want to be finished? Nope, wrong tool to help me find out. Oh no, not welding torch. Poop. Poop. I should have made the tool printer fast. What does the arc welder need? Oh, it needs electrum invalid solder and stuff. Okay, fine. This is just gonna go outside. Yeah, the tool printer needs a welder as well, and I think what I might end up doing is building the tool printer outside just so I don't have to filter the thing. What does it want? Iron sheets. And now I need insulated liquid pipes to go through the wall and then uninsulated ones for this side of the wall. Which means I need some silicon and steel in there. And I don't think I have any more silicon mined. No. 62 kPa. Alright, let's keep going. Chuck those away. That'll give me some space for the silicon. Can't you fill the welder from a fuel canister in the ship? Conrads? What ship? I have no ship. There is no ship. Brutal start means no ship. Also, I'm an idiot. What have I done? Man. Oh. Apparently I did not charge that battery. Let's try that again. That way. Oh, that's another thing I only just thought about. When the other guys arrive, that will also be a new supply of fuel for tools. Yeah, water ice gives off nitrogen, but oh, do I have to vent that, or is it just gonna... Oh, I don't remember. It used to just disappear. You didn't have to worry about it, but I think I might actually overpressure and explode the the ice thing, and I have to vent it. Yeah. Oh, that's easy. Piece of pipe and a cow. Will be more than enough. Oh yeah, I could pressurize my water pipe network with the nitrogen. So there's no water vapor. That could work. I've never done that, so let's do it. I don't think I've ever intentionally used a pressurant gas. Interesting to find out. I'm keen to give it a go. Tex is saying, so saw an interesting video the other day, seems pertinent to this stream. Was a streamer who was interacting pure fuel. Oh man. Voice gone. Also, base gone. I think it was this way. Oh dear. A creator who was interacting pure fluorine and cesium. The precautions were extensive but warranted. Kind of surprised that sort of thing is made into videos, but it's kind of cool. Base lights are something I would be keen to have, except for the fact that they kind of use a lot of power. So they are on the to-do list and probably higher than they would be if I was on my own. But yeah. Don't have a beacon, James? Do not have a beacon. You don't get one. Brutal start. Alright, is that gonna... Oh, I don't know any... How much oxygen's in there? 2%. I have to go find some oxide. Wonder if I can find some easily. It's fairly easy to find your way home. It's fairly trivial. I honestly can't remember the last time I built a beacon and actually used it. With the new maps, it's even easier to find your way home because there are landmarks you can use. So I'm on the edge of a bit of a cliff here, and I've been trying my best to stick to the highlands when I'm moving around at night so that I just stay on the high ground and find my way home. I have panicked more than once because I wasn't sure which high ground I had stayed on and I kind of lost track, but it's actually gone all right. Come on, oxide. Come on, power don't run out because I've only got 23%. Yeah, getting lost is definitely not as common as it used to be. Oh, I want more volatile. Oh, there we go. There's more oxide. I don't think so, Oops. I don't think deep mining is anywhere on the near horizon because of the way, yeah, like things are all over the place. I think I'm, oops, probably going to end up using a lot more, regular mined materials. I think. We'll see. I would like to progress to them not take too long for it, but I do feel like it's going to, because you don't get everything anymore, they achieve less, and so it's less of a beeline straight for it. I haven't interacted with the new deep mining system much either, so I don't have a lot to constructively discuss about it. I feel like I do need to play with it more before I can feel confident that what I'm saying makes even a modicum of sense. It's getting hotter. There we go. There's our silicon. Yeah, I just don't see, like, the main reason I wouldn't rush to find out what's there is if I'm not going to do anything with it, by the time I need to know what's there, I'm going to look again. So it's like, I'm not going to move the base if it's in the wrong spot. I'm not going to, so the information doesn't change anything for me yet. My partner's one of these people who would just love to have information for its own sake a lot of the time, or what it feels like to me. But I'm just like, don't give me the information until I have something to do with it. Because if you give it to me too soon, I won't know what to do with it, and my brain will store it in a place that's called deletion until it's needed. And so it's like, there's no point with me. My drill is on. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That is a very annoying sound. Pipe. I need a lot more iron. Need to go smelt some of this before that gets cold. Alright, 78 kPa. I'll dump that. Wow, okay, I think I'm actually beginning to understand you better. Yeah, oops. I think I can reasonably fairly blame... or it was reasonably useful at times in my previous career, just being able to be like, no, don't tell me that now. I need to process what is important right now first. Yeah, DemoX, I can see how that would be a lot of people's experience of the new deep miners, which is that deep miners were the way to stop having to move around before, and now they force you to move around, meaning that they no longer serve their old purpose, so now why bother? I can totally see how that comes to be. How do I get... How am I going to get the nitrogen into my... Ice crusher. Oh, let's just see how this works out. Utility. And I'll have to do pressure in valve, won't I? Fair enough, in my previous career I needed to know all I could so I could plan and actually get everything done in the most efficient manner possible so I could go home. Yeah, my job, I had to be there for X number of hours and that did not change no matter the degree of my efficiency. I still had to be there. So that somewhat disincentivizes, it disincentivizes some degrees of efficiency. However, I could sit around doing nothing if I was efficient. And also, you know, people got better quicker, which is enough motivation in and of itself. I didn't need an external motivator to do my best at that. Some alternate system of transport between the things other than having to drive it, yeah. Between your little outposts would make a lot of sense. I mean, I guess that's what the rockets are meant to be. That's your alternate transport. Because you can use transport rockets. Now, I'm doing more of this insulated than I'd initially intended. Because I just wasn't sure which bits of this were going to end up through the wall.
Waste tank caution.
Oh. Oh dear.
Oxygen low.
My suit power just ran out.
Oxygen critical.
Come on, open the door. Let's try that again. Yeah, and Amy for materials transfer would be good. I'd like trains. Stuff it, I'm saying it, I want trains.
Hydration critical.
Something like the Harveys, but bigger and able to go a bit quicker. Larry. Larry is the train. I said Harvey, I meant Larry. Alrighty, out we go. So need to get power to this, and then I need to do pressurant stuff. Now, where am I bringing the power through the wall? Hey, Toby.
Then I just was coming to tell you
Yeah, what did you want to tell me?
something.
You want to give Charlie a cuddle? Is that what you want? Oh, that's a very nice pat for Charlie. Good job, bud. Charlie is looking very reassured. Totally not concerned. You are scratching her head. That's very nice, buddy. I'll see you when I finish work, mate. Bye. Alrighty, get some more cable. Top 10 distractions, yep. Where did I put... Didn't I put... I did put the copper in there. Cable. Quick, ask him the quadratic formula. No, he did... he did surprise...
Power low.
He did surprise one of his teachers at daycare the other day. Because he can recognize his own name as it's written. And they were not anticipating him to be able to do that. Yet. But he was so obsessed with his own name, and he used to... For a long time he'd spoke in the third person. Like, Toby this, Toby that, Toby this. Teaching my child that video games is work. Ooh, yeah. That is a dangerous precedent to set. Oh yeah, the brains definitely don't come from this direction, do they? Given what you guys have seen me screw up over the years. Alright. Ice crusher. So, what we need for you is to deal with the gas side of the thing. So we've got some insulated pipe. Let's get a bit more. And then I need a regulator thingamajiggy. And then I'll probably just put enough gas in there for things to be settled, and then I'll just vent the rest of the gas to atmosphere for the moment. Nitrogen's not going to be that hard to get hold of. Kit pressure regulator. I think that's what I want. Pressure and valve, yeah. Well, let's have a look. How does this come together, and what else do I actually need? Has he inherited my sense of direction? No, no, he's got my other halves, thankfully. Poor guy. If he had mine, yeesh. The world does not need that. Oh. It actually wants to go that way. So we do that, and then I do this with a valve and then a vent. You're not becoming a streamer in my house, young man. Every streamer parent. I don't know. Very much would depend on how the world looks like at that stage. I can see me being fine with it, and I can see me being like, oh, buddy. Oh, that's the wrong kit. What'd I do? Thought I had this set on pipe, and I did not. Don't do that. I don't know. Let him do what he wants. He's got to make his own mistakes. Career choice feels like a mistake you should be allowed to make yourself. Valve. All right. Now to talk through what I was doing, because I forgot to actually do that, and I just made a lot of assumed leaps in things. So, what we've set up here is an ice crusher. Water ice contains water and nitrogen. So when I crush it, it's going to release nitrogen gas and liquid water, because nitrogen is gaseous at 0 degrees Celsius, which is what its default crush temperature is. Or is it 5? Something like that. Doesn't matter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the nitrogen that comes out to pressurize my liquid pipes of water. So I've got inert nitrogen sitting there. That means all of the water that goes into these pipes is as liquid, not as gas. Why am I doing this? There's not really a lot of reason to be honest. I can get plenty of water here, but it's because I've never done it. So I thought it'd be interesting to do. Don't I need some gas storage on that pipe? I might do. So it doesn't explode. It's a fair point. So I've got liquid storage on the liquid side, but... Huh. Wood? I wonder what you have, or even if you could do something with water to make it fizzy with nitrogen, kind of like how Guinness is. Is that... Could you do that? And would it taste awful? The pressure valve is a one-way valve, so I don't know why I would need to remove it or do anything with it. Like, it is one way. I had nitrogen Pepsi and I hated it. I mean, it's Pepsi. Sorry to anyone who likes Pepsi. Sorry, not sorry. Oh no, the valve, so you don't let Martian air out into the... No. That's... Yeah, that's just for when the thing gets too high pressure and I need to just relieve it. The flow rates at the pressures that I'm thinking of that being needed are going to be high enough that it shouldn't be a problem. I just wanted to have a safety release valve so this didn't explode as I find out how much this actually pressurizes, because I'm really not sure. I've not messed with this in so long because I've not had water ice in my playthroughs in so long. Thank you. Finally aligned to the thing. Normal valve and one-way valve are the same items, so no. Yeah, fair play. There we go. Everyone happy now? We all happy now? Yes, good. No, you guys are all correct. Don't worry. I'm just being cheeky. That was the right way to do it. Why risk it? I just forgot that the one-way valve was the same thing. There we go. I have a grand total of a litre of water. Hooray! Oh, I'm gonna need to change this so it doesn't try and get to 288 Kelvin. So that's hotter than I want it to be. 15 degrees is unnecessary. Oh wait, does this dial change that now? It does! Yeah. Nice. Didn't know that dial was there. Oh man, that makes it so much quicker. Okay, 7 megapascals in there. 110 kPa in there. It's all nitrogen on the gas side, and it's all liquid water. Perfect. That can turn off. That can turn off. No power consumption from those. Let's go inside. Now I need some plants. They've recently decided that everything doesn't have to be clunky and annoying all the time. Yeah, they've recently done one of their team playthroughs where they get to experience the bad stuff and decide, actually, that doesn't add gameplay, that just adds tedium. Which is cool. We need a planter. Nope. Hydroponics. Yeah. Nice. This is going well. We'll go 5 of these for now. I can get some more later. So I think I'll go... yeah, like this. Let's get some pipe. No, not insulated pipe, regular pipe. Hmm? Liquid pipe. Let's go. Grow light functional coverage has been extended as well. Oh, and it's actually scented? Huh. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, because that's not challenging, that's just... it's just weird. Like, who's ever gonna learn that without reading a wiki? I mean, me, because you guys told me. But, nevertheless, I think my point stands. Okay, that's enough. Cool, so those have water to them now. The water is cold, but should be okay. And now I need to make a bubbler, a fountain. And then I can drink in here. Go grab my potato seeds and hope I don't kill them. Will Kappa kill all the food or eat all the food? Not sure. Not sure that he'll be all that bad for the food. Just trying to think. Did he cause any troubles for the food in the Terraformers play? I don't think he did. I can see why people would think he might, but I don't actually think he did. Now does this still needs power? There's the pump. Oh, I think I know what I need to get the tool printer for early. Not the labeler, but for spray paint. Because without spray paint, I can't color cables to say Capac don't touch these ones. TFE don't touch these ones. These ones are for this. Don't branch off them. Yes, don't touch the red cables. Day 13 is about to begin. Nice. I'm very pleased with my progress. I think the remaining important task is probably a filtered oxygen supply. So let's get to that. So I think I punched through that wall and I disassemble that airlock and get rid of the door. Let's go get those plants. Gonna have to chance it. Because the food is gonna get low. Can I bring... Don't need to worry about the water bottle. Swap that CO2 out. The rest of this stuff can just stay in here. In fact, I wonder how much that would pressurize, whether I can just pop this space and build around it. Check that out after. Two airlocks can be convenient, but one airlock that's automatic and one that isn't is definitely a highly dangerous setup. It is a very high-risk setup. Okay, growing poorly towards fruiting is fine. Let's go. The potatoes have been planted. So food will slowly start coming in now. Put this in the corner. All 3 seeds right away feels like a risk? Yeah, it does. Gotta live on the edge sometimes. The edge is where the fun is. But also, I need, like, these have to feed 3 people. It needs to get started. Like, we desperately need this to be done. Base temperature is 8 degrees Celsius. The sun will continue to warm it up because there's quite a lot of glass here. Okay, Nuke, considering we were talking about the stream watch streaks earlier in this stream, that has to be my the favorite that I've noticed, because I haven't paid a lot of attention, I'll be honest. Way to announce that you have a stream streak. I'm streaking! Which would have been better if I was currently desuited when you'd written it, but I'll still pay it. Thanks, Kiki Juju. Thank you for the Prime sub. Don't pay attention to streakers, it just encourages them. Let's get some more iron so I can get some more planters made as well. And, what else? Oh, so will it be a communal shower or more private with doors and an in-use light? I'm increasingly liking the idea of me getting to build the showers. Because I know I don't want Capac to make it. We've all seen the way he builds toilets in Space Engineers. Nuh-uh. Don't want that. Nuh-uh, nuh-uh. I think also setting up the water treatment should be a bit of fun too. Presume this is too cold now. Yep. Open you up. Will you be adding a mod for toilets? I'm not aware of such a thing existing. I'm not sure I want to know if such a thing exists, but I'm not aware of such a thing existing. I mean, having a shower will give Capac an excuse to make many a quote related to having or not having a towel, but... and knowing where said towel is. Now, do I want to set up the filtration system now? Yes, yes I do. What do I need for filtration? That is a Atmos kit. Yes, indeed. Hoopy fruits and all that. There will be questions to be had. Now also, for those wondering, who I know will ask at the start of the stream on Monday, we won't be doing shared stream chat, because that's really confusing when our audio isn't all the same for everyone. How could I do this? I was thinking of putting the filter in here. But maybe I'll just put it... We can go here? No, not there, because that's going to create power problems. I lack space to do things neatly. It's just gonna go in the middle of the floor here. Alright, what do you want? What do you need to be made with? 2 kit pipe. I have no pipe. I was gonna join the 2 rooms together. Except... then I remembered that I had something more important to do. Oh, I did it the wrong way round. Why am I like this? The way this is displayed just always gets me. So many times when you think I've done this loads, I should know how, but no. Okay, gas filtration done. Let's get oxygen filters. It's like inserting a USB. Just by chance, you'd expect it to be wrong 50% of the time first try. Yeah, yeah. One sec, everyone. There we go. So I need vent. Do I need a... No, I'm just going to use a regular passive vent. Isn't that why they invented USB-C? Yep, probably. Or at least I would have contributed. Now, I believe I can do this now just fine. So I'm going to do it. Nope, nothing there. Chase out the birds. Close the windows. Also, Toby and my partner are playing outside and, she's noisier than he is. So... so I decided to close the doors and window. Yes, they were having fun. That's why I would not interrupt. Thought that was the birds. Yeah. Okay, got that. Oh, I'm very unhappy Stinky right now.
Power low.
Lost remote? I don't know. Often, yes. But I don't know for sure. I think it's... yes, most of the time, yes. I think you can possibly say it in ways that aren't. And I'm deliberately not specifying what I'm talking about right now. Unfiltered, yeah. Unfiltered just goes back out. Now I need utility kits. And I'm going to stick with insulated. For these bits.
Air tank low.
Oh man. Open my suit. I need the light right now, so I'm gonna leave it or leave my suit on. I'm sure you'll spend plenty of time idle at the start of next stream trying to get the other two logged in correctly. I hope not, but you may be right. What am I doing? What did I do? That was so silly. Regular utility kit. That'll be good. Yeah, hopefully everything should just be smooth because we've actually done it before. I might have some troubles, but I'm Oh. Oh, that's new to me. An inline 3. Cool. I like. There we go. Let's get some power to this, which is going to be impossible! Dang it! Why? Why? Nope, that's wrong. That's better. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Yeah, oh man. Just annoyed at myself. Just annoyed at myself. Is it? Why? Why? What brought me back to Stationeers right now? I've been wanting to play with Stationeers with Capac since the terrain update. That was always my plan, to play it with him after the terrain update. And so what brought me back was opportunity to do so. Let's get this out and see how quickly this is going to pressurize up. Now, this is obviously a little bit risky with this current setup. Because if the filter is turned on for too long, the pipe will overpressure beyond what a canister can take, and that's bad. So I'm just going to have to turn it off once it reaches the desired pressure. Which I believe a canister... Max pressure 10 megapascals, yeah. So if we go up to 8, we're okay. Yeah, I ditched the oxide to give myself more oxygen in the room because I was sucking it out, but apparently I didn't need to. So I think what I might do is actually make this a higher volume. So let's get some more insulated pipe utility kits. So I can increase the volume of it. Turn that off for now. Because the pressure inside this room is 105 kPa and that's a little higher than I'd like. I'd like to have a more secure oxygen supply. Yeah, I might have to clean my air tank too. That's annoying. Especially as I know mine's going to be the only one that's bad. The guys will both come along with perfectly good ones. So if it's poisoned, it's probably my fault. Which means I need another pipe utility kit. I'll that there for now, so I've got somewhere. You can quickly swap the canister storage to input just to empty your bottle. Oh yeah, it could do. That's a good point. That would work fine.
Air tank critical.
Yep, my air tank is critical. This is also effective. If a little slow. How are the plants going? Growing poorly towards fruiting. Hooray! But they are growing. Almost there. Yeah, done. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. That goes off. This gets tidied up. Turn that back on. Hooray! Why are the solar panels inside? On Mars, there will be storms periodically, and those storms damage the solar panels. So this prevents that damage, making them last longer, making them more effective. And cheaper to run. Don't want to get the whole destroyed thing destroyed. I don't want to get them all destroyed. Would be bad. I think pushing this up to about 6 megapascals should be okay, and then I can just periodically turn this on to make sure the guys and I have enough oxygen. But this is looking pretty good. Have a water source, got the plants growing, got an oxygen supply that is high risk, but at least it is pure oxygen.
Hunger caution.
So I'm feeling pretty confident about this. So I'm going to wrap up here because it's the start of the day. And that way, whenever the guys show up on Monday, hopefully I'll have at least started my game during the daytime. And there's a whole lot of extra stuff that needs to be done. This is all still very temporary looking, but at least there is a base for them to come into and that we can talk in. So one of the things that's going to be fun about when TFE and Capac join me in this, for those who weren't here at the start, or who didn't remember, we will have some communication limitations. We are playing with a communications mod that means that the communications behaves somewhat realistically. It's positional, and it is distance, and it is atmosphere dependent. If we're in vacuum, we cannot hear anything. Our helmets will play a role. So having an atmosphere, a safe atmosphere to breathe in, is going to be critical for us to be able to discuss what our plans are, and then go off and do stuff, and then come back and see where things are going and try and help each other. And it's going to be good. I think. If it's terrible, we just get rid of the mod. If it's good, we've added something that it's going to make it feel very different and feel very real as we start to challenge each other in various ways. But yeah, that's for Monday. On Sunday, I'll be back with Shaq. At this stage, we will be talking about when we're going to do what. If we can find a time to play some more of Star Rupture, we might well plan it to be on a different day and do more Space Engineers this weekend. But we'll just keep an eye out. I'll be here on Twitch, and keep an eye on Shaq's YouTube channel and Twitch channel for where he's going to be for what we're doing. Yeah, there's all that and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Have a good one, everyone. Bye.